Hello, hello, perfect. Okay, but we are still waiting. We cannot. Okay. What we'll do is, good morning, everyone. I see somebody sitting right there. Can you please come ahead? That will be really helpful. There's one housekeeping rule. If you need closed captioning, you'll get a QR here. Yeah, you can scan that and you can follow the instructions and go ahead with it. Our first speaker is Leonardo. He's going to speak of the invisible gotchas of WP translations. The guy has 15 plus years of experience in community. He's from Argentina. He can speak, let's say, 5 languages, and he's very active in WordPress Malaysia community. And I'll not take much of your time. I'll ask Leo to go ahead with the presentation. Leo?
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I mean, everybody. Welcome to my presentation, WordCamp Asia 2026. We're going to talk about translation. We're not going to talk about the why of translation. Hopefully you know why. Why wouldn't you do translation? If you can have a website that is in multiple languages and you can target more customers all around the world, why wouldn't you do that? So we're not going to talk about the why, we're going to talk about the how. How do we do that? What items do we need to pay attention to when translating our WordPress sites? So a tiny bit about me. My name is Leonardo Losovis. I am the founder of Gato Plugins, and I am the creator of Gato AI Translations for Polylang. That is a plugin for translating content using AI. And everything that we're going to see in this talk is my own personal experience helping my clients translate websites and everything we had to go through in order to get it right. So as I say, translating WordPress is both easy and difficult. It is actually quite easy. What you have to do is just to select the post to translate and say translate. No big deal there. But then there are so many items, so many details that we fail to pay attention to. And then once the translation is done, we find out that there was a problem here, there was a problem there. We had to keep coming back and forth, fix everything multiple times. And that's what we want to avoid. We want it to be smooth. So now we're going to see all the different things that we need to pay attention to in order to go from one language to multiple languages as quick as possible without any problem. So the first item is that you need to prepare your site for translation. So what does that mean? First, you need to choose your translation plugin. So there are several options. The more popular options are Polylang, WPML, Translate Press, Wiglot, Multilingual Press, and gTranslate. I'm not going to tell you which one to use. You may actually have your favorite one. They have different characteristics, but they all help you translate your WordPress site. Now, there are some key considerations that you need to take into account in order to choose the one that you want to use. You need to choose that all of your active plugins are compatible with your chosen translation plugin. Some plugins, they need an integration. You will see that it says compatible with WPML, compatible with Polylang, etc. So you need to pay attention to all the plugins that you already have on your site. Make sure they work with your translation plugin. Second consideration is that some plugins are freemium, like Polylang. You can download for free and then you can upgrade possibly to Pro. You may not need that. Other ones are premium, like WPML. And then finally, you need to check if they satisfy your needs via an ecosystem of integrations. So do they have AI translation? Do they replace the links across languages? Do they synchronize meta fields? Do they have support for your SEO plugin, for custom fields, etc.? So you need to pay attention to all the details. As much as the plugin, we also need to pay attention to our theme, particularly when we translate to RTL languages, those which go from right to left, such as Hebrew, Arabic, Farsi, or Urdu. So we need to pay attention that the theme supports this. So it is not only making the direction go from left to right to left, but other things like, for instance, the paddings. If you have a padding on the left, then that has to be transferred to the right, or the text alignment. If it is aligned to the left, it might need to be aligned to the right. And then inside the navigation items, so this picture that I have, this one is from Blocksy, which is a free plugin from the WordPress directory, and you can see that I just click, I just go to the translation for, in this case, Hebrew, and even in the button, that arrow which was on the left, sorry, it was on the right, in this case, appears on the left. So all of these tiny items, the details, the design, we need to go and pay attention that the theme can handle that. If you cannot handle that, you may want to contact your developer. You shouldn't be paying more for an RTL theme. Even free themes are already giving you this out of the box. Second step, you need to configure your site for translation. So the first step is define your languages. So which languages are you targeting? I live in Malaysia, and we have 4 languages that are our base. We have English, and then we have Tamil for the Indian community, we have Chinese, and then we have Malay. So in my website in Malaysia, I may want to have these 4 languages. But then the question is, which languages do you need, and why? If you can have more languages, why wouldn't you have more languages if you can handle that? So then there are 2 different strategies in this case. Select a few and handle those, or go wild and have as many as you can. And to be honest, this is something quite new that we can because of AI. And I think that AI makes this possible because without effort, you can say translate to all these many languages. You can easily have a website with 15, 20, 25, 30 languages with no real additional cost other than paying for the translation. But the complexity is already handled off. So you might actually make use of this opportunity that just opened up. Then you need to identify the third-party plugin content that you want to translate. So this applies, for instance, to Polylang that I have the screenshot here, that you need to identify which CPTs, custom post types, you want to translate, and then configure them in your plugin, the custom post type and the associated taxonomies, the tags and the categories. In other plugins like WPML, that is handled differently because it translates the strings differently. But you will need to configure the plugin that you're using. Next one, you need to configure your advanced custom fields if you have, or maybe meta box fields. And the idea is that you have your post has associated metadata, normally through custom fields. And you may want to translate those too, but maybe you don't want to translate them. Maybe you want to copy them to the translated language. So for instance, you could have a string with a description. You want to translate that, but maybe you have a date. You don't want to translate that, you just want to copy that. And finally, you may want to translate the reference to an entity, like a post or like a tag, a media item. So if you use advanced custom fields, you can select on the post like a relationship to another post, right? Or to like an array of posts when you say associated posts, like related posts. So now let's say that my origin language is in English, and I'm translating this to Spanish. I want these associations to the related post in my Spanish post to point to the Spanish, to the corresponding Spanish post, right? So then you need to pay attention to translate the reference from the ID of the post in English to the ID of the post in Spanish. And this is something that you will need to configure in your translation plugin if that is supported by that. In addition to advanced custom fields, then you may have like additional custom fields from any plugin or even from your own plugin, from your own theme. And the idea here is to identify all of those and also decide what do you want to do with this. So what I do as a strategy to identify all of these custom fields that might come from different plugins is to export the content as XML, and then I inspect the XML and I identify all of the different entries, and I know which ones belong to ACF, and I remove all of those, and I check the ones that I don't want because they are, for instance, meta fields by WordPress, and I know that I don't need that. Then I can remove all of those, and then finally I will have a subset of fields that I don't know where they come from, and I try to find out where they come from, which plugin do they belong to. And maybe they come from a form plugin that stores the configuration for that post, for the form in that post, via a meta field. And then I think, do I need to copy this to my translated field, so my translated post? If that's the case, then I configure that, and I say, please, this field, you have to copy that. Sometimes it's a description, and I want to translate that, so then you have to translate that. So basically, the idea is identify all of these meta fields and somehow establish if you need them or not, and then have them be copied or translated. And now, and same idea, but now with users. And users, we have to handle differently, because here I'm talking mainly about Polylang. WPML, this doesn't really happen, but with Polylang, you duplicate the post entry. So you have a post in Spanish, and a post in French, and a post in Italian, and a post in Tamil, and etc. Right? But you cannot do that with users. The user is unique. You have only one user profile. You will not have slash user slash Leonardo Losovis for English slash Leonardo Losovis in French, etc. It's only one. So then what happens if you have fields for your user that you need to translate? So by default, you have one field that is translatable, which is the user description, that is handled out of the box. But you may want to add additional fields, right? And those, then you need to handle differently. So for instance, a strategy is that, say that you have a meta field called qualification, then you will need to replicate that meta field for all of the different languages. You may have qualification underscore EN, qualification underscore FR, underscore ES, etc. And then you'll have a bunch of fields on the user profile handling all the translations, right? All the strings. Then once that is translated and we have all the translated strings, we have to indicate in the theme to pick the corresponding field based on the language. So we may need to edit some code, right? If we are currently viewing the website in Spanish, then you pick the qualification underscore ES field. So then users and posts, in this case, it works differently. Next, you need to validate your content for translation. And this is the most important task, because if you don't get it right, you will keep coming back and back into the origin post, fix something, translate again, find out there was a problem, go back, translate again, find out there's a problem, go back, translate again, which is basically what we want to translate. So before we start translating, we need to make sure, is my origin content right? Is it final? If it is draft, don't even bother in translating, because you know something will change and you will need to do it all over again. Don't do that. So first, make sure that the content is published and is final. And then things you need to check. Broken links. You can use a plugin to make sure that there are no broken links in your post, such as broken link checker. You have to do that for both internal and external links. Then images. Verify that all the images, they load, they have an alt, and they have a caption, and they're optimized. Don't publish a BMP file. Formatting. Your tag, your headlines, H1, H2, H3, are they right? Yes, make sure they're right. Then the content structure, make sure that all your blogs, your custom posts, your taxonomies, ACF fields, they're all complete. Placeholder content, please do not translate any lorem ipsum, because lorem ipsum in English is also lorem ipsum in Spanish. We don't want to see that. And the SEO, meta titles, descriptions, SEO friendly URLs, head instruction, everything. Make sure that everything that you need is final. Only then you go and you translate your content. Verify that all links use correct URLs. This one is also very important. Something that happens all the time is that we don't point to the actual URL, but maybe there is a redirect. So for instance, my website is www. And sometimes I omit the www from my link. Well, when you automate things, it will be able to, the plugin may be able to replace the origin link to the translated link, as long as the link is what it expects it to be. So in this case, if my website is www.mysite.com and my Slack is /hello world, I need that exact URL. I cannot have /hello world, like I cannot have a relative path, because that will not be translated. And I cannot have mysite.com /hello world with a www, because that will not be replaced. If everything is right, then on the translated post in Spanish, that will be www.mysite.com /es/holamundo. Okay? And this is something that I do all the time when I start every project. The first thing that I do is I install Better Search Replace. It's free on the WordPress repo, like the freemium version. And the very first thing I do is replace mysite.com with www.mysite.com. And I normally file like hundreds or even thousands of instances that then I don't need to worry about in the translations. Next one, you need to make sure that your images don't contain text, or at least don't contain problematic text. So for instance, in this case, this is an image from a website in Hebrew. And as you can see, it has embedded Hebrew text. So when the website was translated to English, you don't want to show this image anymore. You need to replace it somehow. So what can we do about this? One thing that we can do is we can keep embedded text as long as the text is agnostic, at least as agnostic as possible. I think, for instance, we all speak English in certain countries. So coming from Malaysia, I will keep the image with English text. I know that people speak in Chinese, Tamil, and Malay. They will still understand it, so I will keep it in English. But then you can also remove the text completely, if that were possible. You can do an overlay of the text on top of the empty image without text using your your page your page builder element or bricks, or also using Gutenberg. Or you can use translated images and then use a translated image. So the image in English has English text and the one in Spanish has Spanish text. But that's a bit of a pain to handle. So I will avoid that unless there is no alternative. Next one, there are terms that you do not want to translate. So for instance, if I translate a travel site, it will have reference to hotel names and restaurant names. The name is always the same. So you don't want to translate that. So you need to indicate to your plugin when you do translation. If you do this manually, you will need to identify these terms and avoid translating them. No big deal. If you do automatic translation, like for instance using Google Translate or DeepL or using AI, you need to identify these texts, these terms, and say, please do not translate this. So if you're using Google Translate or you're using DeepL, there's a glossary, so you need to identify all of your entries and basically create mappings, right, pairs from English to Spanish with the same name. That's the hotel name, or that's the restaurant name. If it is using AI, it gets easier because you don't need to identify all of them. You just tell the AI to identify them for you, so you can say in your prompt, do not translate the following: hotel names, restaurant names, brand names, technical acronyms. Keep these terms exactly as they appear in the original text. Then you need to avoid duplicating tags across languages. This is something that I can see that it happens in countries like China. So in this example, there is a website that is tagging Buenos Aires. It's a travel website, Buenos Aires, and it does it twice. Once in Chinese, but also in English or in the original name of the city in this case. So the issue here is that when you translate both of these, Buenos Aires, and in Chinese, Buenos Aires, I hope I said that right, they will both become Buenos Aires in the translation. So then you have a conflict. You have both tags that they represent the same term, and actually both of them, one might have / Buenos Aires, the other one will have Buenos Aires -2. You don't want that. So this is something that you need to audit in first place. Go to your origin content and check that this doesn't happen. Now, if you still need to keep this, say that you have your content in Chinese and then you translate to Spanish, and then in Spanish you remove this duplicate entry. But if you can keep it in Chinese, if you can solve this problem in Chinese and remove the duplicated entry in Chinese, then every translation that you do will already be right. So if you do this 30 times, you handle this only once. If you want to remove it from the translated language and you have 30 languages, you might have to do this 30 times. So it's really up to you, but you have to deal with this problem possibly. Now we get into the execute translation phase. So you have to execute in the right order. So there is content, the references content, the references content, the references content. So you need to identify this direction and translate your entity, your items in that same order, so that then by the time you translate a post that references another post, you can link to the translation of that post. Okay, so then you need to have the previous translation first. So the order that is the most likely one to succeed is you can translate the users first, you have the user description, it most likely will not link to anything else, no post, no taxonomy, so that should be safe. Then you can translate the taxonomies and the media. Once again, most likely they will not link to anything else. Then you translate the custom post types and then you identify which order they link to each other. So for instance, you have posts, you have pages, and other custom post types. Quite likely in a post, you will reference a page, but not the other way around, right? So then, being that the case, I will translate first my pages, all of my pages, and then I will translate my posts. So by the time I translate my post, if it links to a page, I can then have the converted URL for that page in my translation. Is this clear? So you have to identify how entities reference each other and translate in the same order. Logically, the very last item will be the navigation menus, which are basically links to all of your posts or your pages. And by then, all of the pages that you have in your menu will have to be translated. So when you translate the menu, you can reference the translated pages and the translated posts. Then you have to translate gradually first and then in bulk. So start small, one post, one language. You do one translation and then you check it out. Validate every block, every link, every image, every meta field. Does it look right? Okay, if it looks right, then let's go one more step. You do 3 to 5 posts. Do they look okay? Yes? Okay, only then we go to the next step, which is add another language. So you translate 2 languages, a few elements, and see, does this work right for also this other language? Is it RTL? Does it look okay? Hebrew, okay? Okay, only then, once you're very confident that everything looks quite okay, you move on and you do bulk translate. So this is what I was saying, that translation is easy. What you have to do is you select the post and you do translate. This is with automatic translation. But by the time we reach here, which is the easy part, you can see that we have like a long list of items that we have to pay attention to. So this will take no time. But by the time we reach here, I don't know how much time you will need to make sure to validate that all your content is proper and fix all of your alt, all your captions, all your links that they are right, and all of that. Now we have to validate the translation. So you have to validate that it works in 2 places, and this is very important, in the editor and in the front end. So you translated post, say it was a Gutenberg post, then you open it in the Gutenberg editor. Does it look right? Are all the blocks there? There is no block that it says corrupted block. Okay, everything looks perfect. All the content is translated. Excellent. Open it in the front end. It happened to me that I had not translated one meta field that was an indicator to print the sidebar. So then, while it looked okay on the back end, on the editor, when you look at it in the front end, the layout was incomplete. So you need to make sure that everything is there. So what thing do you need to check on the editor? All text and blocks are translated. The advanced custom fields, meta box, custom meta are correct. SEO meta tiles, description, open graph tags are there. Internal links are pointing to the translated versions. Front-end checks, layout, images, and styling are intact. You are using the correct template for the header, the footer, the menus. This is also particularly important when you use a page builder such as Elementor. I don't have a slide about this here, but Elementor, when you use a theme, when you use a template, like a header or a footer, that one might not be translated. It might be the same header and footer across languages. So then what happens if you have text there? It might actually be the wrong text for the translation. So you might actually want to remove every piece of text from the header and the menu. Just keep, and the footer, sorry. Just keep the menus. Don't say, for instance, you have a contact phone number, which is the phone number, have an icon of a phone. No need to say our phone, because possibly that will not be translated. You have to make sure about these things, that the templates were translated or not. Then forms and interactive elements work. If you have a form, like a contact us form, click on submit. Make sure that your information still reaches you, that nothing got lost on the way. And then finally, as we talk about RTL themes, make sure that whatever has to appear on the right shows up on the right. Like in this case, for instance, I have the language, which was Hebrew, and when I translated to English, the text supposedly had to align to the left, but it was not aligning to the left, because in the origin content, it was they had the style text align right. So even though I translated the content to English, it was still showing on the right. So then I had to go back to the origin post, identify all of these text align right, remove all of those, and use the direction RTL instead, When you translate that, it will work properly. And then finally, the translation quality. Review the languages that you understand yourself, hire native speakers for unfamiliar languages, and do expert review for technical, legal, or medical content. Now, this also take it with a grain of salt, what I'm telling you, because I have a plugin that uses AI. But to be honest, this step, the last step, now I'm doing less and less and less. Now, I'm not saying don't do it, please do it. But the quality of the AI is actually going up so much that what I do right now, my strategy, my personal strategy is I translate to many languages, but I don't handle all languages. My mother tongue is Spanish, so say that I translate from English to Spanish, and I do a thorough checkup in Spanish. And I know that if that translation went okay, I can trust that translation for other languages that I don't speak are also okay. Now, once again, don't take my word for it. If you can have a native speaker to double check the content is right, please do it. But if you don't, if it is too expensive, if you don't have access to that, I would say still do it. As much as you can, if you can have an extra language, if that will help your business, why wouldn't you do it? Do it. And finally, this is my last step. Integrate translations into site configuration. So what happens sometimes is that the post is part of your site's configuration. So in this case, for instance, we have advanced custom fields that it may show a field editor if it is this post, right? So now, once I have translated this post, I also need to say the same for the translations. So then I had to go back to advanced custom fields and say, if this post is equal to the original one, which is hello world, you show this editor. But also if it is equal to hola mundo for Spanish, and then if it is equal to 世界你好, I hope I said it right, in Chinese. All right, so I've shown you almost everything, so you're ready to translate. Now, this list that I'm giving you, we have like 25, 30 minutes. It's not completely complete. There are a few more items that I was mentioning that I did not include in this presentation. So the full complete list has around 10 more items dealing with Elementor, dealing with bricks, and a few more items. So if you're interested to see all of these extra steps, I have a blog post on my website on gatoaitranslations.com that gives you exactly all of this. My talk actually was based on this blog post. That is more comprehensive, and it has detail by detail, so I will invite you to check it out under this URL, gatoplugins.com/translation guide, or you have the QR code. So thank you so much. So do we have, I think that if you have any question, we have 10 minutes around, so be welcome to ask. If you have any question, please approach one of the microphones, either the right one or the left one. You decide.
Hi. So my name is Dr. Mehta. I am from Gujarat, India. So my question is, I am a n number of users. So is there any option when my country is detected, then my language is auto detect? Like
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
see, I am n number of users.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there any options if I am from India? So automatically your plugin translate all the pages to my Hindi language. And if I am from outside of the India, like China or Japan, so my whole page completely converted into the Japanese language.
All right, I got it. So there are like two different strategies. There's a plugin, G-Translate, that uses Google Translate to translate the content. And if I'm not wrong, it uses the strategy that you're talking about, that based on the user, it will decide in that moment what is the language and translate on the spot and give you that translation.
If maybe it's detect with my IP address.
Exactly. Yeah, it will do that. It can do that, yes.
So polylanguage plugin is allowed me to these steps.
You can do that, and that will be basically, if that is your user need, then you can use a translation plugin, like in this case, G-Translate, that solves that. So yes, you can do that. The one that I was showing here in my presentation, you cannot do that because you decide in advance the language that you're going to translate to. And so the difference is important because when you do that, You validate that the content is right, and you can fix the content, and the content is there on your WordPress database. There is no dynamic content. In your case, you don't know in advance what languages you will need. You will decide on the spot based on the IP of the user, and maybe in that moment it will translate. So based on what you need, you might use this strategy and decide in advance, and maybe you can have 1 language, 5 languages, 20 languages, expecting that your users will come from these countries, or leave it up to this plugin and then do it on the spot.
Okay, I will try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi Leo, thank you. My name is Yogesh. I'm from Bangalore, India. So my question is, you mentioned just now. You mentioned G-Translate, Google Translate, and during your talk, you mentioned that the AI translation is becoming better now. So now the browsers, especially on mobiles, they allow dynamic translation. I can look at Twitter, and if somebody is writing tweets in Russian or in Japanese, it translates on the fly. What would be the advantage of going the traditional way, translating my site in 20 different languages rather than depending on the AI translations, which are becoming better, and they do it on the fly to any language?
Yeah, well, if I get you right, like when you use Twitter, you can translate. That's a service provided by Twitter, right? So we're talking here about our WordPress sites. How do we get our WordPress sites content to be available to all the languages? So as much as Twitter or Facebook, they're giving you that possibility to translate content, we want to do exactly the same that they're doing for our WordPress sites. So it's actually the same. The only difference is where are you sharing your content? Are you sharing via Twitter? If that's the case, then your problem is solved. If it is via your own WordPress site, then you need to do the same.
Thank you.
All right.
Hey, hi. Morning, everyone. So my question is regarding the SEO. So let's say we are running an agency, Dynamic Dreams, and the visitor came from the Netherlands. So do we have to use the same domain .com, or is it better to use the different domain in terms of the SEO perspective?
I don't know. I'm not an SEO expert. I'm sorry about that. I don't know. I guess that they will both work if you have a good SEO strategy, independently of the domain. You have different domains. They're not even .com. They're .io, .app. If the people know about it, they will go and they will visit your site. So I guess that my idea, my impression that it's independent. You can use .nl, but you don't have to use .nl. Your SEO strategy will be independent of the domain. Google will find the information because other websites are linking to you, whichever your domain is. But once again, I'm not an SEO expert.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you a Messi friend or a Ronaldo friend?
Huh?
Are you a Messi friend or a Ronaldo friend? Are you from Argentina?
What kind of question is that? The answer is quite clear, right? I'm from Argentina, so yeah. Messi. Okay, any other question? No? All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Leo. That was a really insightful session. Thank you so much. And this is a small token of appreciation from the team. And yeah, thank you so much. Guys, if you have any questions, you can find him in the sponsors area, or maybe, yeah, you can catch up and do the networking. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have quick 10 minutes break before we come back to the lightning sessions. We have really good sessions going on. So if you want to have a quick break, you can go, and otherwise you can sit around and we can chat for a while. What say, guys? Now that I see we are here, I'm really interested in knowing your WordPress stories because I'm a community person. By the way, my name is Himal. I used to be a non-technical person. Now that with the help of AI, I feel like I'm a little technical, so yeah. But if you have any WordPress stories, so I would want you to share. There are mics, and you can even speak. Anyone? Okay, let's just say how many of you have attended a flagship event before? Okay. How many are we talking about? Anybody with 5 plus? As in WordCamp US, WordCamp Asia, WordCamp Europe? Oh, perfect. What's your name? Yeah. Nathan. Okay, perfect. What would you say? What is the? Can you just come to the mic? It will be really helpful for others who are, still new, because I know a couple of people who is attending for the first time in WordCamp Asia. That's why.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Nathan. So, can you tell us why a person should try to attend a flagship event? I am saying try because it's not convenient for everybody to travel to the flagship event. So, why would you suggest, considering you have attended 5 plus?
Well, it's quite good fun, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. I've been to 3 of those. So,
Shall we start there? So it's good fun.
Yeah.
I would say would be one thing. I think the networking opportunities are much more real.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever tried to, I don't know, sell your product or business on a Zoom call. That's quite hard.
Yeah.
But doing it in an environment like this, where you sit down with a coffee and you meet other people, that just is much more effective and much more powerful.
Yeah.
There's a bit of tourism thrown in my case as well. You know, come somewhere like India, it's a few days off and have a nice look around. It's wonderful, yeah.
Considering you mentioned tourism, you are staying here for a while and going places?
Yeah, I'm gonna couple of weeks.
Oh.
Goa, Kerala, yeah.
Oh my God. All the best, because it's summer, almost summer here. So, yeah.
Yeah, I have a friend who is from India, so I'm gonna spend some time with him.
Perfect. I have to agree with you, because I also travel to flagship events also for the networking, and then we talk about the fact that you can get an excuse to travel.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the reason I do it, but it's
No.
a nice thing that you.
Yeah,
sort
one of the
bolt on.
perks of
Yeah.
traveling. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do we have anyone else who has a story to share about anything that is WordCamp? Like, how do they get started? Please. Do you want to say something, Leo? Okay.
Hello, my name is Malay Ladu. So I've started working with WordPress since 2009, and I've been developing plugins and websites. So how get I started? So basically, I wanted to start my website, and I was looking for different tools using which I can create my own website. That's where I came to know about WordPress. So I started using WordPress as a user,
Okay.
not a developer or engineer, but I started WordPress as a user. And then later I came to know that, okay, we can build plugins, themes, and contribute to the community as well. Then I started building plugins, attending WordCamps, and I've attended more than 10 WordCamps so far, uh, among which 2 of the flagship one. So, and I'm an active member of the WordCamp Mumbai.
Oh.
Yeah. So the person. Uh, okay, so the stage. So I used to sit in the left corner, the
Yeah.
end left corner, every time when I attend any of the events. But later on, I started attending meetups.
Yeah.
Okay, and I was attending the meetups, and in some of the meetups I was a speaker. So that's like my shyness went away. I was as a speaker last year in the WordCamp Ahmedabad, and today as well I'm the speaker here in WordCamp Asia. So that's how it's transformed my life, like
Yeah.
being a shy person who used to sit at the last corner of the seat, and now I was sitting in the third row, if you see that, and now I'm speaking here. So that's how I transform, and with the help of the community. So the community is so welcoming that it's on your side, so you don't have to worry about that. Yeah.
I totally agree with you that it grows your confidence step by step. Yeah. Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Uh, I see a lot of people coming in. Do you have any stories that you can say? I think, can either of you can tell you where are you from and share your stories? How many WordCamps have you attended? I'm talking to you. Not you. Yeah. I think you're from Ahmedabad community. Yeah. Just go to the mic and tell us how many WordCamps have you attended and what is the fun part? What is the one thing that you look forward to in any WordCamp? Yeah.
Okay. So I have attended many WordCamps in India. So this is my first international WordCamp
Flagship
Asia,
India.
and I have also volunteered for the WordCamp Ahmedabad for the last 3 years back to back. So this is the fun part, and I love to contribute towards the WordPress as it's my bread earner, because I am also working as a WordPress developer for last 5+ years.
Okay.
So that's the fun part.
What's your name?
Yeah. My name is Raghav Chudasama.
Raghav.
Yeah.
Okay, Raghav. So the pressure that you go
Yeah.
through days before volunteering and the after the rush in the event and the relaxation after once the thing is done, kind of. Yeah, that is what something that gets.
feeling is much amazing feeling
Yeah.
that we have made it successful event,
Yeah.
and we have
You know how much effort goes
Yeah.
into an event. So when you attend a flagship event like this,
Yeah.
you'll be like, oh my
And
God, this is.
yeah, this will help to learn how things going work, how these big events happen, how
Yeah.
this make it successful.
Yeah.
So it's also a part of the experience, and this is growing
Yep.
more and more. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anyone who's not let's say, developer or QA or designer? A non-technical, not in, I'm talking about before the age of era of AI. So right now everybody is a technical person, if you may say so, at some level. But is there anyone who's not a technical person? Nobody? Yeah, we have somebody. He's not a technical person. Do you want to say something about what do you think of events in a community perspective?
Hi. Yeah, so I'm not a technical
Introduce
person.
yourself first.
My name is Dhron Trivedi. I am a content creator. I run my own content creation agency. And if you have to say anything about community, then I would say only one line. I built my whole business with the help of community. So I did just tons of networking, shamelessly asking for projects, and I am associated with Google developer groups along with Flutterflow developer groups. This is my first WordCamp Asia, and yeah, I'm here to network only to get more clients. So yeah, power of community is something that I understood on a very lately, once I started developing my business, that you do not have to necessarily be associated with the technology. You just need to know how to ask right question to the right people, and you can get everything you want, what you are looking for. So that's the power of community. And I feel like if a non-tech person like me can be here, then there will be many more who will be technically capable. They can go to a very big heights that they don't even think of that they are going to. So that's the power of community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhran. So that's what I was talking about, that there are a lot of freelancers and a lot of people who do want to have the networks, and this is, as in any WordCamp I'm talking about, flagships are obviously a bigger stage to do that, but it's a really good place to, get started. And as the Malay said, that you go step by step. Once you sit in the corner, then you come rows ahead, and then sometime you come here, and if not, then you go to people with a friend maybe, because I'm also an introvert, so I'll always have a friend with me he or she will help me out to, who's an extrovert, and she'll start the conversation, I'll just jump into it. So that's kind of something you can get started with in places like this. So yeah, we have about 4 minutes before we start our next session. So yeah, if you have anything you want to share with the people, please do so. Otherwise, we'll be back in 3 minutes now, not 4, 3 minutes. Yeah, thank you so much. And those who are sitting in the backside can come ahead if you want to. And if not, that's perfectly all right, because mics are in the middle. Yeah, thank you. Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Himal and I'm your host for this lightning talks that we are going to have for next 3 talks. We have there's one thing that if you want closed captioning, we have QR codes. You can just scan the QR and follow the follow the instructions. We have our first speaker for the lightning talk today. Her name is Anukasha. She has 6+ years of experience and she is a senior software developer in Mini Orange. And she's been contributing for more than 2 years in core. So yeah, because it's a lightning talk, I'm not going to take much of your time. AI identity governance is a topic and I'll ask her to come up on stage. Anukasha.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Wow. So, good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome. Namaste, as we would say in India. Some of you are not from him, so namaste. Yeah. So, before starting, I would like to give a huge thanks to our organizers and for giving me this opportunity to speak here. Also to you guys for choosing this session out of all the sessions that are here. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about AI identity governance. So we have been having so many sessions around AI so far. And the last 2 days, so many people are talking about what's going on in WordPress 7, the AI core capabilities that WordPress 7 is going to introduce. And yeah, we all know that WordPress is going AI. With Abilities API coming into WordPress 7, the opportunity that we have is huge. We can utilize AI to its full potential with WordPress now. And to even think that 43% of the web can now connect to AI and utilize AI for anything they want to is like mind-blowing. So with Abilities API, I am sure you must have heard this word, but with Abilities API, what we can actually achieve is like connecting with the AI and making AI understand the capabilities that a site can have. Let's say for your WordPress site, you can create a post, you can delete a post, you can edit a post. So these are all the capabilities that a site has. And with Abilities API, AI can understand these capabilities. Using these abilities, what we can do is maybe create agents. So not to be too overwhelmed with the term agents, I'm sure you must have heard it and some of you might already know what agents are. But agents are nothing which might help you perform these actions on your site or use these abilities or capabilities that WordPress 7 is going to introduce and perform actions like creating posts or deleting posts, so you don't actually have to manually do it. Maybe you can schedule it, or you can ask conditionally of the AI to use these capabilities. So here are actually just some of the agents that I could just think on top of my head that we could build. And this is obviously not the end of it. The most exciting one that I can see here is the support chatbot. For us as well, we have a lot of clients who require assistance with maybe configuring something, or they do not know where the documentation lies, or they do not know how to actually use the plugins or themes, or they have some conflicts with multiple plugins. So yeah, that's very exciting because now maybe the chatbot agent can maybe handle the tier 1 queries, and then the tier 2 queries can be escalated to humans. Yeah, obviously, we can go wild with this. So you can automate anything, you can simplify your tasks, you can even delegate any task to the AI agent. And the imagination is the limit here. You can do anything you want. So with the introduction of AI agents, you would ideally have a team member who is a non-human, right? So we already are familiar with our colleagues, so now we have an AI agent as our colleague. it is actually performing actions on your site, and those actions can be anything, as we saw in the last slide. And these non-team members, they obviously never clock out. They can act at machine speed, and they don't even need passwords to interact with your site. So we term these agents as non-human identities, and they are like now a part of a team. It is important to note that these AI agents are different from human users. And these are some of the points which make them differ from human users. Human users obviously interact with your site through a password or an MFA. They need to log into your site using their username and credentials. Whereas the AI agent just simply needs an API key. The human user is context aware. That is, they have an intent, they are deliberate. Whereas the AI agent, they are programmatic. They will do whatever you want them to do. A human user is also accountable. So by accountability, it can be maybe legal or they have a personal liability. But the AI agents, that's the real question here. Who is accountable for the AI agent actions? Who is responsible for them? AI agents can simply do anything, but who's to say? Who's to hold them accountable? When AI agents can do whatever they want to do, things can go wrong. And by wrong, I mean they can go really, really wrong. There are real things that can go wrong, like agents, the AI agents can befriend other malicious AI agents. Any agent can act as a trusted agent and can befriend your maybe chatbot agent and then ask them to do something which might not be very correct for your site, maybe delete a post. So these agents can actually delete your content. In terms of WordPress, when we think about it, these abilities that WordPress 7 is going to support, these abilities do not have, currently they do not have any way to maybe restrict those abilities. Once you have those abilities, any agent can use them. So they can, if you have a delete post ability, the agent can clearly use it and you won't even know about it. So the problem here is that agents, they act without asking. And their permissions, the abilities API permissions, they are now upon us to configure. And since there is none right now, there are no permissions and agents can use anything on your WordPress site. So that's where, with great power, ideally there should come great accountability. So to ensure that these AI agents can only do what you want them to do or what we want them to do, we need some kind of maybe a set of rules or maybe some permission sets which can actually tell the agent what the agent can do. And that is why we come to the topic of governance. So AI identity governance would ideally mean a set of rules or safety checks, if we call them, which can hold the AI accountable for its actions or whatever it is doing on your site. For maybe using each ability, the AI has a safety check if it can do that or not. AI identity governance actually asks us to answer 3 or 4 simple questions. First is, what is the AI allowed to do? We need to ask this question for all our AI agents that would be interacting with our WordPress sites. What the AI agent is allowed to do and which agents can actually use your site. As I mentioned, there are malicious agents as well. So are they allowed to access your site? No, right? And you should be able to govern them. Also, is it safe? What data can the AI agent actually access on your site? All of these questions need to be answered. And with WordPress 7 now, this is the need of the hour. Once these questions are answered, there might be a world where we can actually maybe provide certain capabilities to each agent. So let's say you decide to create a chatbot agent and an SEO agent for your site. You want the SEO agent to only have certain set of permissions, right? Your SEO agent should not be allowed to maybe add users to your site or delete them or, update user permissions. All of that is not allowed. So when governance is applied, we have agents which have certain role capabilities. So we can somehow link those agents to a WordPress role, and based on that WordPress role, we can determine what is allowed for that agent and what is not allowed for that agent. So an SEO agent should be allowed to read your pages and posts. It can maybe update the post meta, but it should definitely not manage your users and settings. Similarly, an operations agent can maybe run backups, but it should never touch posts or pages. So that's what governance allows us to do. And this is an open challenge or question for all of us. With AI coming into picture in WordPress 7, we need these safeguards or safety checks. And that is where I leave you with today. These are some of the points that we should always remember. AI agents are not users, they are non-human identities. 43% of the web will support AI natively now, and governance is what we must look into. Every agent should be ideally defined with a role and scoped abilities. Not all agents should have access to all the abilities that you have on your WordPress site. Default should be deny all. Like any agent, default, they can't use any abilities. But you should be allowed also to, maybe grant some privileges to specific agents. And the last point is also that we need to look into, we need to audit every action that the AI agent is performing on a site. So that actually helps us understand what AI agents are capable of doing on your site, and then we can maybe, determine if these should be able to do those or not. Yeah. So that's the next challenge or question for WordPress itself. And thank you. If you have any questions, let's talk about it. And this is my QR for LinkedIn. If you want to connect, please.
Can I ask one question?
Time for the questions, but you can obviously find Anukasha in sponsors area, and she'll be happy to answer all your questions. So it is perfectly all right. You can ask her, but not just on the stage, because we have next session starting. But just a minute before that, we would like to give you a moment, a small memento, a token of appreciation from WordPress community. Thank you so much. And talking about this particular topic, there's so much to talk about. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next we have Chiharu. Next we have somebody who is 14 plus years of experience, and like we are seeing all the time, people with the photographer, you must have seen her if you have been to any flagship events, because she is one of those people who's core into the culture and community part of these things. So we have Chiharu. She's going to tell us about preserving community and what it looks like to look at WordCamp events through the viewfinders. So we'll have her. She was one of the lead organizers for last year's WordCamp Kansai. Please come on stage.
One more. Thank you. Hi everyone. Today, I'd like to share how I take photos to keep the community, culture, and memories. I'm Chiharu Nagatomi, based in Osaka, Japan. I work remotely for Tokyo-based digital agency specializing in WordPress. Community. 40 years in the WordPress community. Organizer of the Kansai WordPress Meetup. Lead organizer of WordCamp Kansai 2025. Hobby. I love taking photographs. But I'm not a professional photographer. I've been in the WordPress community for 14 years, always searching for my own way to contribute. I first joined the WordPress community in 2011. I started as a regular attendee, then became an organizer of my local WordPress meetup, and the lead organizer of a WordCamp with over 400 attendees. I'm not a developer. I can't build a core software. I can't write magic code. Around me were brilliant engineers and architects. Their speed and skills amazed me. So I kept asking myself, what can I do here? March 11, 2011, everything changed. The Great East Japan earthquake took homes. The tsunami took entire homes, intercities. So much was taken from the people who lived there, their family and friends, their lives, familiar places, and everyday moments. They once through were normal. The most painful loss was the memories they lost. I learned about a story. After the Great East Japan earthquake, when the massive tsunami had passed, people from all over the world came to help as volunteers. They didn't just clean up the debris. Among the broken things, they found many mud photographs with no owners. These photographs were covered in mud, but they still held pieces of everyday life that had been lost. The volunteers carefully washed each photograph one by one and tried to return them to their owners. One volunteer said, "We can't build homes again yet, but even one photograph can help people remember the family they lost." A photograph can bring back not only memories, but also the emotions connected to them. It's not just a record. It has a power of bringing back people's hearts and memories. That was something I truly came to understand. I gently captured those moments. Pressing the shutter is more than just recording data. It's quietly carry an atmosphere that sounds and the feeling into the future. To capture now is it connected to the future. That's why I chose to capture the community now. Can we keep the soul of a community? I can't write magic code, but I had a camera. Just as photographs keep family memories, They also keep the community's culture. I didn't pick up my camera just to record things. I captured the energy of the WordPress community. In 2015, I chose to contribute not with code. I threw my camera. I started as a volunteer photographer at local WordCamps in Japan. To carry the energy of the community into the future. I joined the global audio video team for WordCamp Asia and WordCamp Europe. I don't speak English well, so I felt a barrier again. But we shared a love for WordPress and photography. This helped me get past the language barrier. The team welcomed me warmly. Through my camera, I saw the WordPress community connected around the world. The energy of the venue, the people who support open source culture, and the value of the WordPress community. The power of the moment, something that words cannot fully express. My camera captures all of this from a wide view. Every time I press the shutter, I believe these photographs became a part of community memory. A micro view means focus on the people, the serious eyes of someone contributing, the face of someone listening carefully to a session. I may not be able to photograph the code itself, but I can capture the passion behind it. In those moments, there is a love for WordPress and deep respect for the community. Through my camera, I quietly capture each of those moments. I don't just focus on the speakers on stage. I focus on volunteers and the natural smiles of the community. Conversations in the faraway, people meeting again, the hard work of volunteers. I don't just photograph special people. I photograph everyone who is there. I keep looking for moments that only I can see. As both a member and a long-time organizer, I can note these moments. The spirit of our community is alive in every moment. People said to me, "What a great photo. I will use this for my profile photo. Thank you for taking this." Every time I hear these words, I feel that my photograph makes people in the community smile. Just like writing code. Maybe my photographs help people too. I thought myself, even I don't write a code, maybe I can still contribute. I want people who have never been to WordCamp to say, "That looks fun. I want to go there." A photograph is the most accessible invitation to the world of WordPress. One photograph capturing the joy of community can be the first step for someone new. Someday, I hope to hear someone new say, I came to WordCamp because I saw your photographs. That would be the great reward for me. Just like someone helped me 40 years ago. I want to take photographs that gently invite someone to join us. The event ends in a few days, but the photographs stay forever. They show how we came together, how we learned, and how we helped each other. Photographs take that happened today and carry it into the future. When we took photographs later, we remember the atmosphere, the sound, and even the feeling of our conversations. Photographs keep the community as it is today. Code builds WordPress. Community builds culture. And we, as volunteer photographers, keep the moment. You don't always have to write code to contribute. What is your special skill? Is it writing? Is it speaking? Is it organizing? Find what you love and you share it with the community. That is your contribution. Contributing means sharing what you are good at. You don't need to worry about what you can do. Contributing is about sharing your passion and your skills. I believe your special skill will become a part of the community. What we capture today will become a memory tomorrow. I will keep pressing the shutter. I don't take photographs just for myself. I take them for someone who will see it 5 or 10 years. It carries the new amazing community into the future. Thank you. I will see you through my viewfinder.
Just wait a minute. Just wait a minute.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And I actually found myself in one of your photographs. So thank you so much from the community. And you are doing amazing work with capturing memories. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I see a lot of you are sitting back there. You can come ahead and fill up the space. Since we are not allowing questions, you can find Chiharu in the networking area and you can get started with the community if you are just a photographer or if you are somebody who enjoys photography. Those who want to learn how the community starts, we have somebody who's going to be the next speaker for us. His name is Stephen. He's 20 plus years experience, he's building community, and he's one of those people in Uganda who's getting people started with the technology in the first place. So we would want him on stage. Stefan, please come in.
Hi all. Namaste. Do I say it right? Building WordPress communities. Today is the Ugandan story. I am Stephen Dumba from the WordPress community of Uganda. A little about me. I am a high school teacher, 20 years teaching. And because of my being in the computer lab most of the time, I somehow learned how to repair computers. It's a skill I have on the side. And then I also do some web design using WordPress, but most especially, I'm taking on this skill to the younger ones, especially in WordPress here. On the other side, I also work with Moses and many others in growing the community, the WordPress community in Uganda. I have spoken at events, WordPress events. I have organized WordPress events. In fact, I'm organizing the next website projects competition, which is in June. I started out as a volunteer, but one of the things we are doing is the 1,000 WordPress ninjas. The demand for WordPress knowledge in our country is too high, and the meetups and the WordCamps are not enough. So what do? We visit schools and get on those young kids who really want to learn WordPress, and an afternoon session is enough to get them started. But let me say something a little about Uganda. It's a landlocked country in East Africa, 44 million people. We are the source of the mighty River Nile, 10 national parks for those who want to take a tour around Uganda. We are known for gorilla trekking, with half of the world's gorilla population in Uganda. And we have the beautiful equator moving across our country. Now, for our community, we have, over the last almost 10 years, come up with 9 WordPress meetups in that small country. The first one was WordPress Kampala community, and it's had a WordCamp. That I didn't attend in 2017. But in 2018, I was introduced to WordPress. So I went to WordCamp, I think with Moses. I'm here with Moses. We went to the first meetup in Kampala. No, sorry, it wasn't a meetup, it was a WordCamp. And it was amazing. It helped me go away from the traditional classroom, and then it showed me what was in the field. As teachers of ICT, introducing computer lessons to these young kids, they'll ask you, what can I do with this knowledge? What can I be in future? The truth is we are getting this knowledge from the classes, from the books, from the textbooks. You can be this, you can be that. You can be this, you can be that. But it was all theoretical. Coming to WordPress, I started hearing of SEO specialists, security specialists. Now it started making real sense. That was at my first WordCamp in 2018. And then, when we heard that there was a WordCamp in 2019 in Entebbe, Arthur gave me the opportunity. I was a beginner, but Arthur gives me this opportunity to speak at WordCamp. I was like, you think, is it possible? You see, there was a form. You fill in your name, your WordPress, your username, a few things. But I had already learned about WordPress in December of 2018. And then in 2019, early 2019, I see a call for speakership. I was like, I've been talking to kids, so can't I speak? I'll speak. And then I get an email that you're going to speak at WordCamp in Entebbe. That experience is another story. But in 2019, we had WordCamp. We started a meetup in Jinja. 2022, Masaka. Then we have Lira, Kam Mukono. Moses, whom you see here, is the lead for WordCamp, WordPress Mukono meetup. Then we come to Gulu, Luwero, and the newest baby is Kariro. To the ordinary person, these are just dots. What you're seeing there, you're just seeing another person who just see dots. But the person in the community, a person in the WordPress community, people like us, the teachers, who are getting this knowledge from us and giving it to the next generation, we know the power of what those dots is doing. Our students now are not simply consumers of knowledge. Now they know at an early age that they too can be creators. How does this start? After WordCamp Kampala in 2018, of course, the sessions were too many. 5-minute install. We were so interested, we went, we installed. The next minute, themes. We went, we installed themes. The next minute, plugins. We went and installed plugins. And everything looked simple. At the end of the day, we didn't remember where we started. So I said it was only 5 minutes and we installed WordPress. I looked for XAMPP, left, right, and center, and I was kind of confused. So what do? The picture on the right, that person in purple, in a purple shirt with a tie, he's called Rogers Mukalele. He deserves our credit. Can we give a hand of applause to Rogers Mukalele? This gentleman here attended WordCamp Kampala 2017. He's a teacher like us. And when he was there, he was also impressed by the power of WordPress, and he was like, I think I should invite other teachers to the next WordCamp. So, as members of the ICT Teachers Association of Uganda, Rogers tells us, guys, do you know what? There is a tool I have discovered that you can use to create very beautiful websites in no time. We were teaching web design, but in a very crude way. I had almost 10 years of experience as a teacher, but I even feel ashamed that I was teaching web design. How I was doing that, you don't have to know. So when Rogers discovers WordPress, he says, 2018, all teachers, we are going to WordCamp Kampala. So he grabs us and takes us to WordCamp Kampala by force. We did the 5-minute install, the plugins. We were impressed. Everything was doable. So at the end of the day, when we are lost, we don't know where XAMPP is, what WordPress was bringing errors left, right, and center, we invite Rogers, do you know what? Now you come and give us a day's session. So Rogers comes, and what you see there is my small computer lab. And the team you see there, I'm one of them. Rogers comes and gives us a full day of training in WordPress. So we installed WordPress the first time, installed a second time, uninstalled, and then slowly by slowly we got used to it. I made a very beautiful website on that day, and the steps looked clear. I had written down the steps, and I even asked him now, make for me some videos. And Rogers did these videos for us. Rogers, you see there, has helped us. He introduced us to WordPress, and we didn't stop at that. We always ask him, Rogers, how shall we ever pay you? And Rogers says, the next generation. We are teachers, so what are we supposed to do? What can we do more, bigger than the curriculum, beyond the curriculum? What can we do? And that's what we are doing. Here, we sat as teachers and say, now that these WordCamps are here, when you're there, someone comes and talks all the jargon, you're fresh from class and you don't understand a lot about what they are saying. You might pick one or two, but you are like, if we are to take this knowledge to the classes, we have to build something a way that teachers can easily transfer this knowledge to the learners. So we asked the organizers then. We had Casilia, we had Lawrence, and we told them, is there a way we can make these WordCamps teacher-friendly? And they were like, no, there is a teacher's track. So it was my first time to hear about a teacher's track. But I tell you what, you get hundreds of teachers into a WordCamp. So while the experts are talking about CLI, plugins, build your first plugin, we are like, that is for you. And in our teacher's track, We are going through the installation process from scratch. We are going through our syllabus, our curriculum. How do I take this? We are making lesson plans. How best can we teach these kids WordPress? And so that's how we had teachers' tracks at our WordCamps, and it made wonders for us. And we were saying this is not enough. The teachers were like, can I come with my students? We found that sometimes what we need may not necessarily be what the students need. So we know the students' needs. What we did, we started doing student-friendly WordCamps. That is why you'll find a WordCamp in Uganda with 200 teenagers. Student-friendly WordCamps. And then, not all teachers can come to a WordCamp. So what do? We have a session on Tuesday evenings called Each One, Teach One, Teach One. Because we know what I know, perhaps Moses doesn't know. What Moses knows, perhaps I don't. So each of us has a little bit of knowledge we have about WordPress. So on a Tuesday evening, on Zoom, we get there, and I'll tell them about a new plugin I found. And I'll take them through the process of maybe building a lesson management system. And then on another Tuesday, another person will come and tell them, this is how to build beautiful forms. So every Tuesday throughout the year, we are teaching each other, no expert. Each of you get just one piece of knowledge that you know, come on Tuesday and share with us. And then I talked about the 1,000 WordPress Ninjas, where we go to schools across the country introducing WordPress to the learners. Then we have influenced the curriculum body in our country, and for the past 4 years, WordPress is integrated into the high school curriculum. Then now there are kids who have gone beyond the level of just doing simple websites, and they are creating beautiful websites. So what did we do? We organized the website projects competition. In fact, we have one in June. So kids come on a certain day, one day, and show you websites that are created to solve societal problems. And then WordPress Campus Connect was talked about. These have started in Uganda. What are the plans for the future? One, we have engaged the teacher training institutions across Uganda, and they are going to integrate WordPress into the curriculum such that every teacher who graduates moving forward at least comes out when they know how to use WordPress. Just the other day, Moses Cass and many others were introducing WordPress to university students. And then, to celebrate all this, next year we are having WordCamp Uganda to celebrate 10 years of WordPress in Uganda. We are going to make sure we have the 10th meetup, and it's going to be a celebration of intentional and inclusive WordPress communities in Uganda. For me to be here, I want to send my hugs to Aditya there. Thank you so much. Yogesh, thank you so much. Moses Kasa, thank you. Megan, I can't see you, Megan here, and Harmony. If it wasn't for these people, I wouldn't have made it. Thank you so much, and thank you, community, for coming here. I remain Stephen Dumba, the restless teacher.
Thank you so much. That was, I'm so glad I was an MC, otherwise I might have missed out this session, and I won't say just inspired, it's a beautiful story as well. I'm really glad that I got to know about the story and what all that you did. Thank you so much, and this is a small appreciation token from the community. And all the best for the Uganda WordCamp. Really, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. We have a 10 minutes break. So if you want to have a break, you can go out. And otherwise, you can continue. We have Malay coming up next in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, those who were here might know that we shared stories about WordCamps in the last break that we had. So if you want to share a story, we also asked people who are here that how many WordCamps they have attended. So if there's anybody who has attended 5+ WordCamps, they can just raise your hands and yeah, just tell us how many WordCamps have you attended. First your name and then.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, so my name is Preetham. I am basically a content creator, basically agriculture content creator. So I got introduced to WordPress in year 2019.
Okay.
Before that I was using Blogger and my weblog, which already shut down. So as I am already a tech guy, but due to some career change, I chose to go towards the agriculture. But ultimately, I came to the tech again due to the WordCamp. So 2022 was my first time when I have attended the WordCamp Nagpur and got a chance to speak at WordCamp Nagpur at my first WordCamp. So it was my WordCamp starting journey. Thereafter, I have volunteered, organized, attended, and also as a media partner represented to multiple WordCamps, including WordCamp Nagpur, Kolhapur, Mumbai, Kerala, Bhopal, and this is my first flagship event, which is WordCamp Asia. So yeah, very amazing experience I have at every WordCamp. Even I attend multiple time, or even I go meet the same people. But every time vibe is different, something knowledge of exchange is different, and every time it feels something new, something exciting. So yeah, it's a very amazing experience for me, and I wish everyone should attend at least WordCamp as an informal conference or the tech event.
Thank you. That is one inspiring story. Like you started from a speaker yourself, then like that doesn't happen. Sorry, that doesn't happen to everyone. But then you have volunteered and attended so many events. So
yeah, so my main inspiration was the Mr. Abhishek Deshpande, who is the lead organizer of WordCamp Nagpur community, one of the active contributor. So got to introduce from the Nagpur community first of all. Thereafter, they inspired me to speak at the WordCamp. Actually, I was willing to attend that WordCamp, and I had submitted my another tech topic. But as my career shift was very, what we can say, dynamic. Let's say I was a Marathi medium guy, then I chose science, then I wanted to do engineering, but had to do the what we can say BSc agriculture. Again I came to the tech part, so they told me you just say your story, say the everything which you have already talked into the Josh Talk video also. So this similar kind of story, my real life story, I have represented at Nagpur, and yes, this was my first time when I was speaking at any WordCamp.
thank you. That's one thing to get started, you know, how to get networking, somebody to hold your hands, and then somebody comes to you, you'll be really helpful, you know, how to get started.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you,
so
Veeta.
much.
Anybody else? Do we have anybody else who wants to share? Okay, not as big a story as him, but if anybody else who wants to share anything. No worries, we have few minutes before we have our another speaker coming up. Thank you guys, enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you are having wonderful time at WordCamp so far. So, I am Dulshia. I am from India. I'll be your MC for the next few sessions. So, there is a quick note for you all. Closed captions will be available for you. Please scan the QR code and follow the instructions for the QR. Now we have the session, The Art of Integrations, making WordPress work with everything. And our speaker is Malai Ladu. Malai Ladu is a lead engineer. He is a full-stack developer and long-time WordPress contributor with strong experience building scalable solutions and integrations across modern web technologies. So, please join me in welcoming Mr. Malai Ladu with a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
All the best.
All right, good morning, everyone. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about something that quietly defines whether your product or business succeed or not. So many times when you build a product or talk to the customers or have some ideas or want to build something, at that time you decide or you think about whether something is going to work with something or not. So every time when you talk to the customer, it asks you, does it integrate with X? So how many of you heard this thing when you talk to customers or pitch your product? Does it work with this system or does it work with this system? How many of you heard this thing? Okay, great. So that's a common question people ask, right? So this simple question decides whether your product will succeed or not. And it's all about, like how people decide whether I should use this product or this product. It's based on this question. Does it fit into my workflow? Does it work with whatever I have? So it's the simple question decides the buying decision, retention, and the growth. So we, directly we can't measure this impact, but it's a big impact of this question. So let me share you one story. So I built one donation system, and then I was really proud of what I have built, and I was so energetic, or maybe I can say that I was so enthusiastic to share my product with others. When I met one customer, okay, so he heard whatever I built and he saw whatever I've done, and then quietly asked me, "It's nice, but can it connect with this?" That's hit me, that hits me hard. And that's when I realized that features don't win, but ecosystem do, right? So that's the thing. And now WordPress has changed a lot. So in earlier days, it was only for the blogging thing, right? So it was a standalone system, and now it's a connected system. So if you use WordPress, you want to do this thing, that thing, like you want to build an e-commerce store, you want to build a video platform, right? So you start looking at the plugins, correct? Or the themes. And so it's not a standalone product anymore. It's a part of the ecosystem. Okay. So, like today morning, like when I was coming here, and one of my non-tech friend was with me during traveling, and he asked me, like, where are you going? So I said, I'm going to Jio Center, and I'll be speaking about the integration and all the stuff. So being a non-tech guy, he did not understand what I said. So he asked me like what exactly it is. So that's why that's when I shared a story, or I asked him like, imagine you go to the small restaurant, right? So in the small restaurant, the small staff, okay, you go to the counter, placed an order, orders goes to the kitchen, and order prepared and served to you. So that's the simple setup. Like kitchen staff is happy, manager is happy, even customer is also happy because he got the food, kitchen staff made the food, and it's delivered properly. Now, this small restaurant grows after a few years, okay? So now more footfall will come, and it's not the same system it used to be, right? Because if I go to the counter, so there is a long queue because there are many customers, and then I have to wait once the order is delivered to the person before me, and then I get my order delivered to me. And as the restaurants become popular, right? So customers start asking, do you accept online orders? Do you have digital payment system? Okay, so do you deliver the food to my place? That's when restaurant owners start using more system, one for delivery, one for order placing, one for inventory, and one for the payments. So they start adding more system to their businesses. But here's the problem. This system, they added more systems, okay, but they are not interconnected with each other. So instead of simplifying the workflow, they made it more complex because inventory went out, the order placing system doesn't know about that, and it keeps tracking orders. And so staff is frustrated because they keeps getting order, but they don't have the inventory for that, and the ordering system doesn't know that, okay, we don't have that material ready with us, and the payment fails. Even they don't know, like orders keeps coming but payment fails. So customer is also frustrated because they did not get the food delivered to their doorstep. That's when this restaurant owners realize that adding more system doesn't solve a problem if you just adding more systems. But if you connect well this system, then it actually solves a real problem. So what is an integration? Integration is a bridge between two systems. Yes, but beyond that, I would say integration is a bridge between workflows, right? So what you want to achieve, based on that, you can decide what integration I should build, right? So the same workflows can be solved by many other systems. So first we need to define which workflows I need to bridge between. So why it matters? So if you see the restaurant example or the story, they added more systems but did not integrate well or did not talk to each other. So instead of reducing the friction between systems, it adds complexity to the system. And that's when it fails. So instead of doing more automation, yep, so instead of doing the automation, their manual work like increases. So for the real example, how many of you are business owner here? Okay, great. So you have a e-commerce store maybe, and maybe you have a product or something to sell, right? People come to your website, place an order, right? Now you want to be in touch with them, so you want to add them into a particular list of newsletter, and every month you want to send some newsletter to, or some product insights, or some marketing things you need to do. So this is all about the integrating the system, right? So you may ask that, okay, I don't want to use the in-house system. I want to integrate with some external system. Yeah, so you can do that. All right, so type of integrations. So, there are multiple types of integrations. So we talk about the APIs and the webhooks. So how many of you are developers in this room? Great. So you must have heard about the APIs, right, and the webhooks as well. So what is APIs? Like if I talk about the restaurant thing, okay, so when you go to restaurant, you ask for the menu card. So this is the API call, right? And whenever the orders is prepared and it comes to you, this is the webhook. Very simple term, correct? So you don't have to ask every time that, okay, is my order prepared or not? Is my order prepared or not? Is my order prepared or not? Right? You want to ask only if it's get delayed after some time, right? Otherwise, whenever it's prepared, it comes to you. That's the webhook. So how you decide what to use and what not to use? So if I want to say that REST is something that you want a full control over it. So if you go to a restaurant, you have control whether you should ask for the menu card or not, right? So that's the REST APIs. So whatever data you want to fetch or update or something like that, you can use the REST APIs. And webhooks, it's a reactive system. So if you build a system where something is happened in your system and you won't allow others to do something with that particular action, then you can use webhook in your system, right? So we are in the WordPress ecosystem, so we know like the actions and filters, right? So actions are sort of webhooks. So something happened in your workflow and you want to do something with that workflow. That's where the webhook comes. Okay, so generally we, that's the hidden problem we have. So when we design a system, we think that, okay, let's build for now, right? So you have the APIs that you want to integrate, and then what you do, like you start exploring those APIs, the third-party APIs, and you integrate it with that scenario, particular scenario, and it works. Then you said, okay, that's done. Okay, we don't think about the scale, like what happened if that third-party system went down, right? So what will we do? So we generally don't think about that. But if you design the system, okay, so if you design in a way that it scales, right? So that's the hidden problem, and generally we don't think about that. But I think when you start building the system, we should first think about that. Okay, does it this work for now? This works for now. Will it work later as well or not? Now, how we think in that direction? So we need to think in different layers. So, one is the core product, which is your own product. The another is the integration part. It's a middle or the bridge between your core product and the external system. And the third is the external system. So I'm saying that you need to think in that fashion, because if you want to change your external system, let's say if you are using a newsletter system A, you used it, you built an integration with that newsletter system. Now after a few years you decided to use another system, right? So what you need to do, you change the external system. Okay, now you need to change the integration part. If you combine or if you design your system in a way that it's fully integrated or fully coupled, it's not decoupled, but if you integrate it within your core, then changing the system will be difficult, right? So I would say whenever you design your next integration, think about the core product, the integration layer, and then external system, so that you just need to touch the external system and the integration layer. You doesn't need to worry about your core product, right? And also think about the future, like extensibility and the flexibility. Correct? So whenever you think about building a system, so like you also think about the future, how it will work in the future, how it will changes if something external factor will change, right? So you can think about that as well. Okay, so that's a very good thing, like about the developers, So tell me, like whenever you build a new system or the new integrations, what all things you require if it's a new integration for you? Can anyone answer? Documentation, yes. Okay. Yeah, so we definitely look for the documentation of system. Yeah, because it's a new third-party system for us. It's new to us, and we need to understand that system first. So the best way is to look out for the documentation. So if the documentation is good, so other developers can easily interact with your system, right? So whenever you build a new system, or if you are building an APIs for your system, make sure we have a good documentation for it, right? So that other third parties can talk to our system easily. Otherwise, they have multiple problems, and if they don't find out the way to solve that problem, they easily goes to the other system. So if we want to allow other third parties to connect with us, then we should have a proper documentation for that. And it should be simple as well. If it's complicated, then again there are chances that people churn. People don't use your system anymore. And this is the this is a great way to connect other people to you and use your product more. If we have a well-defined APIs, then there are possibilities that people will prioritize to use your product compared to the system which doesn't have that APIs, right? And it's, as I mentioned earlier, now we are living in the connected ecosystem. So it's not about the standalone system. We are in the connected ecosystem. So the thing, like how many times or how many APIs, or how simple we develop, that defines how others use your product. And it should be secure as well, because the security is the most important thing. And if it's not secure, then people will think, should I use this integration or not, right? So these are the basic things like, simple, secure, and the documented. Now webhook, I told that, whenever the order is prepared, it comes to you. It's a webhook. So it's a real-time communication. Something happens into your system. It tells you that this thing happened. Now whatever you want to do, do it. So in the WordPress, we have the actions. So we should also allow the third parties to do something with your workflows. So let's say if it adds, if a customer bought a product, okay, we notify that, okay, this customer has bought a product. Now whatever you want to do it with this webhook, right? So somebody wants to add into the newsletter list, they can do it. If someone wants to send order receipt, they can do it. If somebody wants to send a WhatsApp notification, they can do it with this. So we notify that, okay, order is placed, now do whatever you want to do. Now generally, when we build an API system, we only think about the best case scenarios, that, okay, it will work, right? Correct? So we connect our system with the API of like third-party APIs, and in the first attempt, if it works, then we think that, okay, it works. But we never think about the fails. What happens when API fails? And it fails every time. Okay, so we should think about the failures as well, right? So when you design your APIs, start with what will happen if third-party APIs will fail. How you handle that failure, correct? Because we are in so hurry that we don't think about that failure, and we assume that the APIs will work, correct? And it works in the first attempt because it's a simple scenario. You connect your system to the third-party APIs, and you see that, okay, it works. But when system gets complicated or growth is happen, at that time we realize failures. So we should plan that failure at the beginning. So how we plan that? So there are various ways we can plan this failure. We can, we should have a retry mechanism so that, if something fails, we can retry it. And it should be automated, right? So user doesn't have to, comes into the picture and, click on the retry button or something. It should be automated. Also the queue system, right? And also the logs. So why logs? Because if something fails, we should know that why it failed. If we don't know why it failed, we cannot fix it, right? So for that, logs is equally important. And queue system, you doesn't need to do everything in a sequence. So do it, delegate something to the queue so that it retries it based on our design and it requeue it. Yeah. So like we built all these APIs. Now what the matter most? Okay, so anybody if you design your APIs, you have the retry queue and the log mechanism as well. Now what comes to your mind? What should be the next? Anyone? Okay, so maybe we talked about the security as well, correct? So security is also equally important. And the performance. So if you provide your APIs, it should be work well with the large data sets as well. So it should be performant as well, right? So how you handle the performances? So let's go back to our restaurant thing. So what happened earlier? We go to the restaurant, place an order at the counter. The counter person or the manager tells the kitchen to prepare that order. Kitchen staff prepare that order, come to the counter and give it to you. That's how it was working, right? Now footfalls begin, like increases. So what happened? So one has to, like when one person is giving an order, other has to wait, right? So instead of, what happened, like the counter person takes the order and asks you to wait for few minutes. Okay, now he sends that order to the kitchen, okay, and then start taking another orders and start sending that order to the kitchen. So whenever the order is prepared and send it back to you, back to the counter, and then it gives to you. So you doesn't have to wait on the counter, right? You can do other things while your order is arrived. So that's how a sync thing is work. So when you work with APIs or the third-party APIs, at that time we should definitely think this approach. Your core products is different. Now you want to integrate with this, with the third parties, right? So whatever is handled by the third parties or whatever you do want to with the third party, it should be async. You don't need to sync it, because what happens if API fails? If it's a synchronized process, then your customer is waiting for the response, right? So instead of, we can make it asynchronous, so that whenever the customer placed an order, okay, you show a notification that your order is placed, correct? Now you want to send a receipt to that user, so it can be an async process. You don't have to do it synchronous, correct? So why? Because if something fails in sending the receipt, your user still waits for confirmation of the order, that okay, whether is my order is confirmed or not. But your order is already placed, so just notify them your order is placed. You don't have to wait. Go and do whatever you want to do. And the caching. So wherever possible, use caching. So let me take you another to the restaurant thing. Okay, so one customer comes and asks for the mango milkshake. Yep. So it delivers to them. Now the second person comes and again asks for the mango milkshake. Now it request goes to the kitchen, and kitchen tells that okay, we don't have mango milkshake now, right? And tell that customer that okay, we don't have. Now the third person comes. He again asks for the mango milkshake. So the manager needs to ask kitchen that okay, prepare a mango milkshake, or just they need to tell that okay, we don't have a mango milkshake, right? So it's a caching. So now the manager knows that we don't have a mango milkshake more. So whenever any request comes for the mango milkshake, we can simply say no. We don't need to go to the kitchen as well, right? And webhook. So whenever we restock the mango milkshake, kitchen will notify that okay, now we have restocked the mango milkshake, now we can deliver it, right? So if the fourth person come and ask for the mango milkshake, and manager knows that we already restocked, then we can deliver it, right? So this is caching. I'm telling these stories because we can easily reconnect with those concepts, right? So whenever you build your next integration, you can easily remember the story and connect the dots. Now, all things are working well, the security comes into the picture, right? So, somebody asked me yesterday that, if we add more integration or if we integrate any of the third-party system, don't it make your product vulnerable? I said, yes. We are depending on that. So definitely it's a chance of attacker to attack our system, right? So it's like, if we have more doors in our house, it actually a security concern as well. It allows us the simplicity, like easily navigate. We can go out from any of the doors, but at the same time, it's a security concern as well. So do we reduce our doors? Yes, we can reduce our doors. And at the same time, if we don't want to reduce our doors, we can have a proper lock and key so that we can properly secure our doors and our house. So every integration, definitely it's a risk, but we have to be clear from our end so that we can avoid that risk. So we can make our system like, sanitization or any other security things. If you are dealing with third-party data, then we should definitely think on that part. Now, everything we've built, but at the end, who will use our product? So our users, correct? Who will use this integration? Our users. So for them, this doesn't matter, whatever, like how we built this thing. For them, like how I use this system. So for them, it's like all about the user experience. If it's simple, then it wins. If it's complicated, user dropped out from there itself. User will not use your product, will not use your integration. So for them, the simple user experiences matters. Okay, so we did all the hard work in the background. Now it's time to make it more simple for our end users so that actually they can use this integration to simplify their workflows. Okay, so another thing, when you build your first integration and when you go it to the customer, now customer asks for more integrations. Okay, you have email notification system? Yes, we do have. Do you have WhatsApp notification? Yeah, we do have. Do you send a message on Slack? No, we don't have. Do you send a message on that, this, that? Everything like new request comes in. Now you need to become a doctor, right? So whenever the patient comes, he tells the story that, okay, doctor, I have this thing, that thing, I feel low, something like that. Okay, so he prescribed the medicine to them. Now other patient come, he described his story. Again, the doctor prescribed the medicine. But what doctor does? He diagnoses what actually happened to each of the patient. And sometimes happened that people have different stories, or the different symptoms, but all diagnosed with the same problem. So doctor prescribed, but every time he prescribed the same medicine to everyone. Right? So you don't have to build integration for each and everything. You need to find out what matters, or can it be solved by whatever we have. Okay? So that's how we need to think. And also, like whenever we build an integration, the first question comes into our mind is, what integration we need to build first? Right? So as I mentioned earlier, like we are into the connected ecosystem, so we can start with what's more popular and what allows us to reduce the friction more. Or maybe we can see that, okay, how people are using our product outside and what friction they are having. So we can start with that. We can first solve the actual user's problem, then start building more integration on top of it. Yep, so we can start thinking like that. and the common mistakes, this is the mistakes I made very often earlier. When I started integrating the systems, I make it more tight coupled to my core product. Now, what challenges I faced after that? Whenever I needed to change the third-party system, I needed to change in my core product as well. So that's where I realized that, okay, we need to start thinking into the layers, like core product, integration layer, and the external products. And what lesson I learned? Start with simple. Every time whenever you build a product or API, start with simple thing. Don't make it complicated from the day one. And iterate it based on the user's feedback. Yeah, so that's the core lesson I learned. And the future, like now the AI is there, and we heard in one of the sessions that the abilities APIs, so we can definitely look into those things, how these abilities APIs will help AI to connect with our system. And that's a powerful system we can definitely build, and allows the AI to interact with our products. So far we are interacting with our own tools. Now with the ability APIs, like AI can also integrate with our product. So, any questions so far? Yeah, please.
Hi, am I audible?
Yep.
No, actually, I had a general question, if that's okay. I'm part of a web agency, Dot Solutions, so just want to know, like, we keep adding all these apps and integrations and plugins to, like, if we are adding it to a single website, won't that create, like, performance issues? And if so, how do we tackle that? If you can share some insights.
Sure. So it's a very good question. It's a common question as well, because every time we use different products, okay, so it adds more complexity to your system as well, right? So definitely, as I mentioned, that whenever we add more system, we have a security risk as well, right? At the same time, we have the performance risk. But when the performance risk comes into the picture, if you design your integration poorly, okay, so it's a design choice, it's the architect choices, right? So you need to make sure, as I mentioned, that okay, we need to delegate the third-party things or the API things in the background, asynchronous thing, right? If it's a synchronous and if it fails, then it definitely cause a performance issue, right? So it's all about how you design your APIs, okay, and how your integration works. If it's all synchronous and if something fails, definitely it creates a performance issue, right? So it's a design choice, yeah. Does it answer your question?
Yeah, thanks. That was insightful. So basically, you're saying the solution is to improve the integrations and the apps, right? It's not we should not remove it completely in case it's causing a problem.
If the integration or if the system requires you to integrate, let's say if you want to use a system, so definitely it's a part of your workflow. So removing that system out of the picture is not the solution, right? Because you need that system.
That's right, yeah.
So definitely we need to look how we are connecting to that system.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Hello, I am Bhavik Kubawat. I am from Ahmedabad. My question is similar to like this, as a performance related. I want to know in your project while you are working in your workflow, which tools you are using for while you like, for example, I am integration WordPress with my Odoo and Zero GPR. So at that time for performance, which tool are best and which you are using in your projects?
Yeah, so that's another a good question. So whenever I start with integration, I don't think about the systems, which systems I need to use or I want to use. I think about the workflows, like what workflows I want to connect, and based on that, I research, okay, for solving my workflow or to connect particular thing, what is the best system available. So generally, I don't think about, I don't start with the systems, I start with the workflows.
Okay, but while you are working like in projects, which tools you are using? Like I am using Cloudflare for this, for best security purpose in my for WordPress project, and like doing the CDN and caching with Odoo platform. So in your projects, any other tools like?
No, for integration part, there is no such specific tools I used. Yeah, it's all about the workflows, and from that, I decide which systems or the which third-party tools I will use. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now the final thoughts. So whenever you design your system next time, ask this question: does it work or does it work with everything, right? So you can start thinking about from the day one, like how the users or the ecosystems will use your product, right? So you can start building from there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Malai, for such an insightful session. Let's give him another round of applause.
Thank you.
Just a minute.
Okay.
This is a small token of appreciation from the community.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now we have a break for some time. Please use this time to connect with fellow attendees. We'll join back soon after the break. Thank you.
Once you're down, it's completely all will be from the console.
Hello, this is Dulcia. Yeah. So there are 3 panelists or 4 panelists? 3. Yeah. Okay, I'll be introducing you on the stage, and then you'll be introducing the panelists to the stage. Can I know the pronunciation of your name? Karthik. Karthik Magam. Gopal. Yeah. everyone. Yeah, welcome back everyone. Hope you had a refreshing break. So moving on to the next session, we have a panel discussion on journalism and the open web. So our moderator for this panel discussion is Karthik Raj Mogapu. He is a serial entrepreneur and long-time contributor to the WordPress ecosystem who has been actively involved in building tools and support the open source ecosystem. Please welcome Karthik Raj.
Good afternoon, WordCamp Asia. We have a lovely panel set up for you. We're going to be speaking to a diverse set of panelists to discuss about journalism and the open web. Let's get them on stage. No, so they're here. Please. So we have Ajay Kamlakaran. You might know him. You might know him as the author of Colombo, Port of Call. If you don't, look up the book. It is really compelling. Ajay represents long-form storytelling. He brings depth as his specialty, and we look forward to hearing how journalism and how he brings his flavor of journalism using depth and long-form storytelling. And then a big hand for Ajay, please. Thank you. We have Urvashi Sarkar. Urvashi is an independent journalist. She covers global events, global issues, governance, climate, international affairs, published across major international platforms. Her opinion is heard, it matters, and she's going to share some exciting opinions today with us. A big hand to Urvashi, please. And we have Gopal MS. He's also known as Slogan Murugan, I'm told. He's also the inventor and known as the Mumbai Paused. Some of you in Mumbai might know him as Mumbai Paused. He's a visual storyteller. He's the one who shows you before he tells you. So we have all three forms here of journalism. We have visual, we have long form, we have standard, and we're more traditional. And we're going to be exploring how journalism has evolved, how the open web is encouraging and allowing journalism to flourish, or in sometimes, or the challenges with the open web and journalism. And we'll see all three opinions today. A big hand to the panel, please. Okay, so let's get started. In a line, all of you are, you might or not describe yourself as journalists in some form, but how would you, what sort of a journalist are you? Could you just in a line describe your own words? What sort of a journalist are you? Do you want to go first, Ajay?
Yeah, I'm audible, right?
Yes, you are. Clear.
Right. So, yes, like you described me as a long-form journalist. That's how I would choose to describe myself, and as a writer, because most of us are writers at the same time. I know that word has been completely misused in the tech age.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and Urvashi?
I would describe myself as an independent journalist, and which would, independent is, it's a complicated word, and especially in testing times such as these, where at every level you're forced to question your independence every day, but you persist nevertheless. Yeah.
Okay. Gopal, you do describe yourself as an independent publisher, being a creator-led journalist. So how would you describe yourself?
I would be firstly a photojournalist. I wouldn't call myself a proper journalist, but more a wannabe.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because journalism is a profession, and it goes into layer depths, and I just go on the surface with just photographs.
Okay.
So, and I would probably be what you'd call a citizen photojournalist, if I have to add a suffix called journalism to it.
Okay.
So that a citizen photographer would be what?
Citizen photographer.
Who shares pictures open source like all WordPress people.
Okay. So let's assume that all three of you were covering the same story. how would it look? How would you cover a major event, a world event, or a world development, Ajay? What would be your approach?
Well, the first thing, of course, would be physical presence. I know you talk about technology so much, and people depend so much on Twitter or X or whatever it's called these days to get press releases and to get information. But I think your presence is really important when you're covering something major. It goes, to feel to feel the place, to talk to people, to gauge the mood, and to see what actually is going on with your own eyes. That's the first thing, for you to have a proper understanding before you can explain it to anybody else. And I worked for an organization that actually started offshoring news back in the late 2000s, and even shifted financial reporting, night reporting, to India so that their journalists could sleep at night.
Okay.
And of course, you covered things like the collapse of Morgan Stanley, etc., Lehman Brothers. But the point is, you weren't in New York physically to cover that. And sometimes journalism is about reading the leaves, the signs, and being prepared for an event like this. And that is where I feel that physical presence is important.
Okay. So being on the ground isn't new for you, Urvashi. You've been close to your stories. We're aware of that. How would you cover the same story in your flavor, with your persona?
Well, ideally, it really helps if you're on the ground, but there's a lot to really think about if you do plan to be on the spot to cover the story. Do you want to go in the midst of it? Do you want to go 10 days later, or do you want to go in the run-up? I think that matters a lot. And obviously, I agree with Ajay. There is nothing to match your own presence in the ground. But I think culture and context and language also matters a lot. So if you're not familiar with the culture, the language, and it doesn't make sense to just go on a lark. You need to do a lot of homework before going, weigh the pros and cons, find a publisher, have a budget, see how much you're spending out of your own pocket, and then do it. Like last I went to Kashmir after after what had happened in Pahalgam. I went 10 days after the ceasefire, and believe me, I had a really hard time finding publishers for my stories. I thought people would want it because there weren't too many journalists on the ground, but I really struggled to find a publisher. So I think you have to really think a lot about how you're going to be there and who your readers are going to be. I think that matters a lot, yeah.
Okay. So Gopal, while visual storytelling is, I think, the easiest to absorb, most readily accepted, what are the challenges you face when you want to tell a serious story through your medium?
One is being at a place when it happens. Second is, I don't do breaking news or any of those things. I document cities.
Right.
So whenever there is something, like say for example, there was the Bhima Koregaon protest that happened a few years back, and there was this entire thing about protests by Dalit people a few days after the incident in Bombay. And I was out there in a part of the city where the protests were happening and going to see it. And in my case, so there are epicenters of where a news is happening, and then there are other things where the common people and somebody who walks the street sees anything.
Right.
So I think I push in there, and like all journalists, it's all curiosity. You go there first. You figure out. You figure out how to satiate your curiosity, and then once you digest it, you put it out to the world. So I try to do that, and hopefully it works. But yeah.
Okay. So in our tech world, when entrepreneurs have this concept that I don't want to report to a boss, I want to run my own company, they don't realize that the customer becomes your boss after that. And that's similar to the various platforms, right? So you could either want to go away from an editorial censorship or editorial control and try to go on to creator-led. But creator-led content, but then that pushes you into a bigger world where your audience becomes your editor, where the platforms that you're publishing on become your editors, deciding whether your content reaches the right audience, deciding whether a particular piece of messaging is amplified or not. So there, we've all heard about the algorithm, or plural, singular. What's been your experience with how you work with the algorithms, how you maximize benefits, and how you chase, as we were discussing earlier, how you respond to your audience as your distributed editor?
Okay, I'll go first. So in my case, I tried to not allow the people to dictate what I need to do.
Right.
So I make it a conscious decision to not cater to the public, because I have a second life. I mean, I work in advertising,
okay,
where I'm a copywriter and I write for products. I have bosses and I have clients and stuff like that. So in this, I don't want anybody to dictate. So I just do what I see.
Okay.
So there was that whole Hindi movie called Aankho Dekhi, where this man goes about seeing everything for the first time, and he'll only believe what he sees.
Right.
So I try to follow that Aankho Dekhi thing with what I do, but I can't escape the algorithm. So I try to use hashtags, which are my own hashtags,
okay,
to try and propagate it. But now I think hashtags are dying, so I'll have to figure out a way to figure out in the world of AI how I can hack it or whatever.
Right, okay. Urvashi, there's this concept of speed versus depth.
Yeah.
First versus right. What's your take on that? There's always that balance that you need to achieve, right? Do you want to be the first? Do you want to be right? And is it too late if you wait till you're right? What's important? Is it important to be the one who announces, the one who gets your message out first? Or is it important to do enough due diligence, enough analysis before you get the message out, which by then the news might already be stale. So that's always a balance that I'm sure you face. What's your opinion on that?
Good question. So the thing is, as a journalist, I'd always, want to be the first. As journalists, we would want to be the first to, so-called break the news. But I think that would have been true of me, let's say 10 or 15 years ago, because now I think that I don't want to be necessarily the first to break the news. Once something breaks, there's a lot that can be done with it, and I would definitely prioritize depth, nuance, and the various truths. And there's no one truth often to a particular story. There are various truths, and kind of pick the meat, sort of destructure the whole thing, and which is why I prefer long form. Cannot be fastest finger first, cannot be keyboard warrior, cannot be any of those things.
That's a new term, keyboard warrior.
Yeah, I picked it off X. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm very content to just see the news break and then see, this is what maybe I can follow up on it and perhaps do something interesting with it later on.
Right, right. So Ajay, I'm assuming your approach theoretically would be one of much more research, much more depth. Probably come up with a deeper introspection or a deeper analysis of an event or a world event or an action which happened. What's your approach when you start deciding, let's say, your next book, or when you start thinking about what perspective you'd like to bring into something which, let's say, the visual storytellers have done the piece, and maybe the articles, and even though not instantaneous, not the breaking news, but still the reporting timeline for journalism is like days, maybe weeks. But when you write a book, that's like more in months. Do I dare say years?
It can be years.
Yeah.
But again, see, I've been involved with breaking news, and it's not something that I particularly enjoy. And
okay.
I get no thrill out of being, I was the first person to report this at
right.
the bragging rights. I mean, when we had this conflict last May, a lot of people got handouts from particular places, and they put out things that were absolutely not true because they believed it came from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that I'm not involved with that anymore. But when it comes to long-term research, one thing I'd like to do is, see, for example, I write for a publication called Scroll. I really enjoy writing there. And right now, the hot topic when it comes to news, of course, is the crisis in West Asia, the war there. So the idea is to look at a lot of things through historical background. So I've written a few articles about Iran and India's relationship with Iran and with Iranian people, for example. You know, there's a lot you can find in the archives to do this. So kind of be involved with what's going on, and then look for depth, and then to try and understand things a little better.
Okay. There's this thing that I've heard about, especially long-form writers, that there's always a book in the works. Whether you would want to admit it or not. So do you have a book in the works, or do you have many?
Well, see, here's the thing. What people don't understand about writing books is that, especially if you're a journalist, now when you write an article for a publication, it may get published in a couple of weeks, maybe a month, or worst case scenario, a couple of months. You'll agree with me on this one. Right? But when it comes to a book, see my latest book. Now, I was supposed to submit the manuscript at the end of 2024, December 31st.
Okay.
But you do this, you work on it, and you're excited about this, and then it just got published only in Jan 2026.
Okay.
So there's this huge gap. So the thing with books are sometimes many books never see the light of day, and the process can just take so long.
Right.
That it's very different from being a journalist, and sometimes you require so much patience with this.
Yep.
Because you can actually work on something and suddenly it can become completely dated. See, with this.
Yeah, by the time it comes out.
Like I mentioned about Colombo, about a project called Port City, which is being built with Chinese assistance in just reclaiming land and building it in Colombo. And the point is that when I wrote the first draft, there was something I wrote about it, and then 6 months later, when they finally started editing it, I had to change that because there was some progress there. So this is the thing, right? You can't just put a correction and edit something on a website or in the next issue of a magazine or a newspaper. So it's a completely different ball game, and it's the amount of time it takes just to have an idea, to convert that into an idea, to get it published.
Yep.
It's different.
I can imagine, and I would say that's the complete opposite end to what Gopal experiences. It's like click, edit, publish, and then repeat. Yeah. Right? So maybe hours, maybe a few days at best. Minutes. Okay.
This will be on his Instagram and X handles as soon as the conversation's done.
Yeah. Technology, obviously, open source, the internet, the tools, the technology, usage of AI. How has that impacted your ability to focus only on the content, focus on the message, and not get distracted by the tools, the software, maybe the superficial layer? So, because that's, it can be, you can publish using visual, long form, or more traditional. How do you grapple with the rapid technology changes in journalism? What are your experiences? Do you want to comment on that, Urvashi? Have you faced any challenges regarding technology, so the theory is developments in technology should make things easier.
Yeah.
Right? They should reduce the timelines, like editing. There's no typesetting. You can make things faster. But is that always the case? Have you experienced technological improvements which actually have got you longing for the old days when something was better?
So the thing is that technology has proceeded at a devastatingly rapid pace, and I think the people who are really affected would be at the entry level, where a lot of entry level work is no longer available or is possibly even more underpaid than it currently is. But
journalists get paid?
Sure they do.
Okay.
Not just from the publication.
Okay. The joke is in me. Anyway, but on a more serious note, you see all of these developments, especially in AI, and you can be like a, a Luddite and say, okay, I'm not going to associate with this. This is bad. This is, this is just evil, right? In some way, AI is evil. But on the other hand, you do realize that you need to engage with it. You need to train yourself how to work with it. And so, like you mentioned, like all long-form journalists, I'm also working on a book. So it's not in manuscript stage as yet. I'm revising it.
Okay.
But I do look at AI to see how I can do this work faster. Not necessarily to write, not for generative AI, but more in terms of search, the search function. Because my book is investigative, so I do need to search fast.
Right.
And I need accurate results. And not something that AI makes up. I need sources. I need, all of that. So AI has made my work easier and quicker in that sense. And I think there's no shame in admitting that you can use tools of AI with your work, but it has to be ethically done. And you have to avoid plagiarism and all of that stuff. But I think you need to constantly, if not fully adapt, but be aware of what's going on and incorporate as much as possible in your work. Yeah.
I'd like to add something to that, if that's all right.
Yes, yes.
See, it's how you use the technology. For example, I'll just take in our Indian National Archives, right? A lot of archival documents are online, and they've done an excellent job. Although the site, it's gotten worse. It was easier before they upgraded it.
Okay.
But you get so much information out there, so that it is a lot easier sitting, at your desk and finding archival documents online. Use that, and some places they haven't done that, so you physically have to go ask for a specific number, look at a specific file. And I did that in Colombo, where the documents they haven't been uploaded online. So where the technology is available for you, where even the Royal Asiatic Society, their archives are excellent online.
Right.
So you find so much there. Use those things to your advantage, and it makes life a lot easier when you have these things online.
But today, you can go on to one of the dozens of free prompt-based photography AI startups and say, I'd like an image of a street seller selling this, standing next to a kid who's crying and looking hungry with 3 women looking over them. Give as much of a prompt as you want and get a beautiful photograph which describes exactly what you were thinking. Are you about to be out of a job?
No, not for street photography.
Okay.
No chance. Because there are
unless you're already doing that, and that's why you're not out of
No, it's impossible. I mean, it is not possible. See, guys like me who put pictures online are training the systems to make that happen.
That's true. That's true. Thank you so much. Until the system takes over.
Yeah, but I'm a trainer.
Okay.
For future generations.
Okay.
So, but there are so many nuances in reality.
Yes.
That see, your imagination is very limited if you sit and write prompts.
That's right. That's right.
It is no comparison to just stepping out down there.
Right.
Right
I
outside.
think the world simply happened to you.
Yeah, even in a sterile, dead place like BKC, you step out, or out of this gate.
Yeah.
Point the camera and shoot a picture. The little things that you see.
Right.
Is you can't recreate that. I mean, what we wear. The temperature, the light, the complexity of Mumbai city.
Right.
Not possible to capture with prompts.
Right.
AI will not be able to do it. But also, what is our joy in that?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I mean, there are people who do it. Like a very simple example. Like right now it's April 14th, which is Ambedkar Jayanti. Right, so you'll see hoardings across.
Right.
Until last year, all the hoardings had actual pictures of Dr. Ambedkar, old ones,
right,
which were touched up on Photoshop.
Okay.
This year, not a single one.
Oh.
Everything is AI-generated images.
Okay.
Polished, clean.
Okay.
No specks or dust or no grains.
Right.
Nothing. It's all new. There's an entire new imagery of him that has come, which after 5 years or next year, nobody will remember what Ambedkar looked like because he has a completely new face which is AI generated. So it's a crazy visual world that is going to come.
Right.
And the worst is the Times of India and in ET Times. Have you ever seen the pictures they put and the author and if you look at the details of the pictures they put in the AI generated images with stories, they'll make anyone cry.
Okay.
But the people are okay with it, and I think they deserve it. So, because
Okay.
they read Times of India.
Okay, I've heard that journalists speak from the heart and without any fear, and you can see that happening here. Thank you. You know, my favorite of trying to spot AI in images, I don't know if you've experienced this and if you've read about this, look at the hands.
Yeah.
Look at the fingers.
You mean 6 fingers?
Yeah, 6 fingers, double thumbs. Or of course, I think people have become smarter, but that is the fear. Okay. So the internet, I mean, is there anything called something separate as the internet? It's engulfed us. It's inside us. It's around us. It's the work we do. We save our information on the internet. We distribute it, distribute everything across the internet. How do you perceive the internet will evolve for journalism? So we've got the basics. We've got you create content, you save it on the internet, you publish on platforms, you distribute it on the internet. What else do you perceive will happen in the future? Do you have any opinions or wild thoughts of where is the internet taking journalism?
Could have to wait and just find out. Because a lot of things that were unimaginable 10 years ago, 5 years ago, are things that are happening now. So it's really difficult to predict these kind of things, to be honest.
Urvashi, what advice would you give a youngster getting into journalism? What would you give her as tips? How would you mentor a young journalist? Would you guide her along a platform? Would you tell him or her to focus on multiple channels at once to sort of de-risk or explore? Or would you tell her to double down on something and say, stick to it till you find your glory? Some of these are sort of romanticized versions of how you should, but then there's bills to be paid, there's motivation to be generated, and there's sometimes parents to keep satisfied as well. How would you mentor a young journalist, Urvashi?
Frankly, it's very hard to mentor young people to become journalists today, because when there's so much of demotivation and a sense of deep cynicism in the older lot and the senior lot, that when you want to be honest actually with the younger people as well, you don't want to mislead them or show them visions that we should just accept it. Not everyone can become a Ravish Kumar, right? A lot of people would aspire to be that, or even a Barkha Dutt, or someone along those lines. But there is still a lot to be done, and I think, I've taught young students, who mass comm students, people who want to get into journalism, and most of them want to be influencers. They want to have their own YouTube channel, or they have their own role models. Like one female student told me she wanted to be like Anjana Kashyap. So I said, okay, if that's your goal, that's your goal. But there are others who are, in 1 or 2 students I've noticed that spark.
Okay.
No, इसी में जाना है, इसी में करना है, journalism तो करना ही है. And I know those will be the ones who will kind of endure. And it's also journalism also about, it's a bit of a calling. So, and if that calling, if it feels like you can't manage, with the bills and the motivation and all of that, I think it's fine to quit and leave and take up another profession and do something else. It's perfectly okay. And I'll be honest, like a lot of my bills don't come from journalism anymore, because everyday journalism is not going to pay my bills. So I do a lot of other stuff like teaching, mentoring, or editing, because daily reporting or daily editing is just not going to cut it in today's time. So I would really advise students to be really flexible, to develop their skills in multiple fields and master one field.
Right.
But also develop their skills in multiple fields. Yeah.
Okay, right. Ajay, I'm sure you having actually published your book, having sales, having I hear the first print is sold out. You're reprinting.
Second as well.
Second as well. Publishing a long form book is like there's no gradation. So there's like either you are there, you sell a lot of it, and you make a lot of money, or you're struggling, or are we confused about it? What would you suggest? How would you mentor someone who says, I want to publish my book, I want to do this? Would you say, go for it, or would you give them practical advice to do something else?
No, see, the same kind of advice that you'd give journalists, right? I would say go for it. Believe in yourself and just try your level best. You can't control the outcome.
Okay.
But if you believe, you have strong conviction in what you're writing and what you want to publish, then just go ahead with it. I mean, people were skeptical about this book, saying nobody in India cares about anything that's written about any other place unless it's written by a Brit or an American, some nonsense like that. And legitimacy seems to have been allocated, that too to men from these two countries. And so a Japanese person should write about Japan, and a Brazilian only about Brazil. So the point is, you just ignore what people have to say. I believe you can do this. Not every book is going to be a bestseller or a huge success, but you have to try your best. And look, very few people have actually made money from publishing books. And what happens is, if your book does well, you get invited to teach, you get invited for talks, you get to mentor people.
It opens channels.
It opens several channels for you. And that's how vast majority of people end up making money as writers, because these channels are open. Otherwise, it is incredibly difficult. I mean, unless you're a Rushdie or an Amitav Ghosh, people like that, of course. But again, it's taken time for them to perfect their craft and get to the level where they have, although their work isn't perfect by any means, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. Do you have hope? Do you have fear? Do you have worry about the future of journalism as we know it today? What would be your one emotion, or would it be a mix of that, Ajay?
See, it's a mix of things. The problem is that worldwide, the phenomenon is the corporates control the media and big corporate houses. It's here, it's the case in the United States with the Washington Post, take an example like that. And unfortunately, that freedom is completely being curtailed. And I really appreciate the work of independent journalists like Urvashi, because the point is, it's really important that you're not forced to follow some kind of agenda from the highest bidder, from these corporate interests. So there are a lot of independent media outlets out there. I think people need to support them, the readers do. If you don't want, everybody has their own vested interest, but then if you don't want the corporates controlling what you know and what they want you to hear.
That's the point is taken, but then the question is, okay, if the corporates don't control it, someone else will. There's no real complete freedom. So it's either public opinion, or it's the algorithm, or it's a corporate. It's just that the corporates are more visible. They're more...
No, I think the kind of control that they've established over the last 10 years, of course you have the other end of the spectrum where state-run media pushes another agenda. So
sure.
But at the end of the day, there are enough independent publications out there. Those need to be supported. And I believe that would really help journalism in the long run. But of course, one should never give up hope.
Understood. Gopal, what about privacy and copyright and attribution issues? I'm sure, I don't know whether you've ever had that embarrassing or annoying or worrisome email saying, how did you use my photo? Or how did you use this? Or, or I need some compensation. Have you ever faced those situations?
Not really, because I shoot cities.
Okay.
And I don't really concentrate on people.
Okay.
It is more about the city, and if I shoot people, I place it in the context of the city, and it's
Okay.
all in the street.
Okay.
I don't go into private spaces.
Okay.
So thanks to working with journalists on the field,
Okay.
I figured out a nice space
Safe
where
space.
yeah, where I can be not intrusive.
Got it.
But yeah, you should never like if you are going to shoot somebody's portraits and putting out the story, please ask and do it. So journalism has established rules of, if you just Google, you'll get all the rules of how to photograph and how to post.
Right.
And one thing, mine is not commercial. I mean, I don't do commercial photography.
Got it.
So,
but from what I've, that sometimes isn't sufficient protection. That you're not using somebody's photograph for a non-commercial purpose doesn't necessarily protect.
No, the journalism has its rules
Sure.
for that. So you just follow that. So, and wherever credit is due, please put it and
Understood.
stuff like that.
And so do you have any plans to actually collate, or have you already collated your photographs into a long form book, maybe a coffee
I
table
have a
book?
photo book that has come out now.
Okay.
Which was done as part of a journalism project earlier.
Okay.
And I have online books which I put, but my work is mostly online. So wherever there's attention, I go there. So if it was Instagram, you'll find me there. So when now Substack is popular, so I'm there. So wherever attention is, I'll put photographs.
Right.
Because I have Mumbai as a storyteller.
Right.
As a place, and me as a storyteller,
your
and I'm anonymous mostly.
Okay. Not anymore.
Not anymore. So it's online. I'm a complete online. But your earlier question about where is journalism headed, I think people should take over because, and it's so sad that journalists are some of the most brilliant minds. I mean, they're all my friends actually,
Okay.
from whom I learned. You go into any newsroom or people who are lapsed from it and retired, they have so much of knowledge out there to share. Please get them back, kick the big tech and corporates out. Please find some way. I'll give you a good example. People pay for economic news.
Right.
Yeah.
You take any of the Kens and the other examples, people pay for it for buying it. They don't pay for the other news, but they pay for this because there you have to be factual. So I hope people will value facts and depth and the stuff that they were talking about,
right,
and start paying for it in some ways directly to the producer of that. And I hope journalism and journalists are back because we need them to speak truth to power.
Right. Right. That's a good perspective. Thank you, Gopal. So, Urvashi, what's your take on where is journalism going? How much hope do you have? What worries do you have? If you could just speak out your thoughts.
In terms of hope, I think I'll have to agree with what Gopal said, that a lot of newsrooms and outlets which are trying to survive, and we're not talking about the legacy publications here because their budgeting and is completely different. But for independent newsrooms, the ones that have perhaps come up in the last 5, 10, 15, or 20 years, I think now and then I'll see something from alt news saying that we are 10 lakhs short of our monthly budget or 2 lakhs short of our monthly budget. Please subscribe. So you can see how fine they're cutting it, right? But that's the only way to go, unfortunately. And I think some publications, they do have a few core sponsors who will give them some amount of money every month, but or annually, but it becomes a very slippery slope, because as the environment for freedom of expression shrinks, so is funding shrinking. Earlier, corporates who would be very happy to give to a media organization are now shying away. And so there is also this enormous, and my fear is more of the creep of self-censorship, where nothing has happened to you as yet, but you fear that it could happen. So you constantly think and rethink, and you constantly self-censoring yourself. I think that's my fear, and I can see it happen in my colleagues, in the wider ecosystem, where we are no longer able to call a spade, and there are people who do it, and they do it with, we really have to be very thankful to them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So have you experienced self-censorship, Ajay? What's your opinion on that? That's an interesting, either seen it in your colleagues or tempted or pressured into doing that yourself, or have you resisted the temptation?
See, I see it, within the wider journalism fraternity, the self-censorship, it's quite obvious. And how you report something, I see that. I personally have not had to indulge in self-censorship.
Okay.
But then it's very clear, it's visible. It's also how, see, for example, I'll just take yesterday's news about the Indian Foreign Ministry expressing concern over the bombs in Beirut. And they didn't use the word Israel there. But we express concern, and we're part of this UN body, et cetera, et cetera. Now,
so that's the government speaking.
No, but how? But read about how people have written that. Then you'll know what self-censorship. If somebody writes a headline saying India expresses concern over Israeli bombing of Beirut, of Lebanon, then you know the person's not self-censoring. If somebody uses that, just copy-paste that same language and follows that, then you know who you don't want to annoy, whether it's here or somewhere else.
Okay, okay. So that unfortunately brings us to the end of this interesting session. Thank you so much, all three of you, for expressing your opinions, your thoughts, and giving a little bit of flavor of each of your mediums, each of your areas of expertise. And we look forward to seeing more content, seeing more opinions, and your photographs, your articles, and your books, and in the future. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Karthik.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Karthik.
So thank you for our moderator and panelists for having such an amazing and engaging discussion on journalism on the open web. So now we have a small token of appreciation from the community.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Can we just have a quick photo of the
Okay.
of us together?
Sure. Do we show this? Or?
Yeah. I don't know which flash to wait for. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone. Now we have break for lunch.